Check, check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Okay. All right. Check, check, check. Okay. Right, let's get going. Keep going with combat. We're basically getting the hero character to be able to attack enemies. Should open a window. I'll be back in a sec. Hot today. So here we go. We're actually in the attack phase. Combat attack state changed. To warming up. It's going to push a ready state event. No, that's not going to do anything, because that only works for cooling down. There we go. So we're going to set the combat attack state. So there's no attack targets. Hang on, let's get back to where we were. So state is attacking, not attack. So let's have a look at the attacking. Okay, so we need, I think, to listen to this attacking here. I think. And then what we need to do is we need to actually send another attack event from this. We need to set a load of combat targets. the player to attack the enemies. There it is. I feel like it came quite early, but it's probably fine. Let's just see if there's any more information in that event. It's got a handle to something, probably the actual event. Inside spine. Okay. Right then. So what do we want to do when we get an attack event? We need to see if we've attacked anybody. What type of game are you creating and with what engine? So I'm making a sci-fi gardening game where you're on a space station and you're responsible for all the gardens on the space station. So it's a big space station, and then you go down to planets to get resources for gardening and for crafting and things. And this is where combat comes in, because you're going to be able to, there's going to be creatures on planets or whatever that you go down to. And I've made my own engine for it, so it's like a custom engine job. But yeah, if you've got any questions, any more questions, no problem. So yeah, I'm working on just combat. So these, I've only been working on the game for a few months. So it's still in the kind of the prototype pre-production phase. So I'm just prototyping combat at the moment. Are they lagging? I'm not dropping frames here. I wonder if it's in. Is it? I wonder if it's. Not sure. It just says I'm not dropping frames. Is your internet speed fine at your end? Let's have a look. I'm just looking at my own Twitch stream. Seems okay here. Is it the sound that's lagging? Oh, is it fixed? Oh, good. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. It's hard to tell really on my end what the stream's even doing. So this is, yeah, combat. So right now, this enemy creature can attack you, and it can give you status effects and stuff. So sometimes in attacks it can like poison you. There we go. But right now you can't attack it. So I'm working on that. So that's it, I'm dead now. What I have noticed on the stream is if I have like Twitch open, the video producer on Twitch open, it uses a lot of resources. That might have been causing a lag. Maybe. Yeah, it is hard to do. Getting used to it. So yeah, we're in a stage now where, so the hero rig, which is my character, this is where he gets his animation events from. And if you get an animation event called attack, that basically means that's when the animation's played to the point where the strike happens. So now I need to actually calculate some things like who are we hitting, if anybody, and then I need to send them an event saying you're being hit. So I have for the Spidey rig, do I have a get attack? We have a get attack target here, or get attack region. So you can define these regions which are like areas in front of the player where if you're in that region you get attacked, basically. So I need to do this for the hero rig. So I usually just author these inside of the animation editor that I'm using. I put a little marker, which is just the attack target. So I want like a new point called attack target. It's basically just like here somewhere maybe. And then if I play the attack, you see that little attack note, that little attack note there, a little attack piece of text. That's when it strikes. So we could move it like, I think that's probably fine there. And we could do a little, we could make it a circle, we could move it up a little bit maybe. And we can define a circling code about what kind of radius you've got to be in for this to work, but we'll go with that. So we want get attack region and get attack target for the Hero Pro rig. So the attack target is just basically whatever this was. There's only one level of attack for the heroes. Only the levels of attack just mean how many attacks are there. There's only one attack for this character, so we'll just make it, it doesn't matter what level you're on. And this is just attack target. It's probably right because it's authored the other way round compared to the one I've just copied it from. The actual animation is the other way around in the editor. So get attack region. Copy this out and then say it's a circle, radius 1 unit. Then what I might do, check this compiles, I might actually just draw that. Like do a little bit of debug drawing just to see if it's in the right place. So we'll do it in the combat controller. So we're going to go. So we'll say this is temporary code really. If auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller, the ID, AC get combat attack region. And we know it's a circle, but we'll just specifically say auto circle equals region attack circle, and then we'll just do get game canvas, draw circle. I'm going to draw the circle in the world, circle center, circle radius 16 for the segment count, float color, we'll just say see-through white max. So we should just see a little circle drawn in front of the hero. And that's just where the enemy has to be for the attack to hit. And at least we know that we're actually going to be hit testing in the right place. Because after then we're going to have to go through and just see who we've hit. So that's going to have to be, so it's backwards. Which means it must be left still. So obviously, like this get point attachment position is in local space to the rig. So this is a transform to put it into world space. There we go. So if he was there, he'd get hit. So we need to know now who we are going to hit. This is here. So we need to go if auto AC. Well, can we just do it directly on the rig? No. If auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller for the rig. And then if auto region equals AC, get attack region, get combat attack region. Or I mean, it doesn't really matter. Say a level 0. We only have one attack. Now we need to do a hit test with basically every other NPC in the game, or anything else that's going to respond to combat. So I think we should go through the combat controllers. Say if CC that is if CC dot get ID, which we don't have, cc.getID is equal to rig.getID, meaning we're this rig, we're not bothered. Otherwise, we need to basically get all the places on the rig that can get hit. So there are multiple ways to do this. We could just test against the bounds, and then we could actually test where we get hit, where the enemy gets hit on the rig, if we wanted to. Oh, it's this one. You know, we could go through all of its bones, basically. All of its... What are these called? These attachments. So we've got a bounding box. And we've got another hitbox. Got two hitboxes for some reason. Interesting that we have specifically put in a bounding box there. I made this guy years and years ago, so this is very old. You would think there'd just be a routine to get the bounds. Yeah, I do think we need to test all of well, we can see if he's in the actual region, and then if he is in the bounds, we can test all of the different bones, or these regions here that are connected to the bones, these this dashed rectangle region, to see where on the Spidey gets hit, because then we could author something eventually where it has different animations depending on where he gets hit, which would be nice. Or different reactions, like if you hit him right on the front there, you could back off a bit or something. But at least we won't author that today, but we could write a system where we could do that eventually. So we've got this bounds thing. I wonder if there is a different way to get the bounds. So the reason I want to go through all the combat controllers is because they're the only things that can react to combat. So it'll whittle out a lot of entities there. that can't react to combat. But we still want to get the rig for it. So this is the dest AC. This is the source AC. This is the dest AC. Equals get game state dot get animation controller cc.getID. So that'll get the animation controller of this combat controller. And here is where we should be able to probe. We should be able to say like dest AC get bounds. We don't have that stuff in there yet. So it'd be something like if region intersects dest AC get bounds. And something like if auto dest region equals dest AC get intersecting region so if we're going straight through, we should probably could do this kind of API. Oops, this kind of API, and that could return the dest intersection like that. This could do the actual big test here. So it takes the animation controller itself, and then it can do the test, and it can test all of the different regions to see where it intersects. And the intersection would just be some useful information, not sure what. Okay, so this is combat attack region. And this has in it, so right now we'll just stub this out. So struct intersection region, and then we'll just return standard optional intersection region intersects, and then we're just going to go animation controller target like that. So from here, use of undefined type input action group. Where are we? So I think we just need to include game input here. That's a real file. Cannot find game canvas. So this is temp actually, this one. All right. So this is where we need to go about authoring this intersection region stuff now. We'll put a breakpoint there because that's where we kind of want to resume writing the code once we've done this thing here. Right. So this, we're going to have a couple of different ways. So this attack region can either be a like a quad or a circle. So we need two different kind of methods of intersection. But the first thing we need is target get bounds like that. Which we don't have. We don't have a get bounds for animation controller, I don't think. So we're just going to go rect get bounds. And do we have rig get bounds? We do. That's easy. So we should return rig get bounds. So I actually need to draw this. So this is also temporary. If auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller ID, auto bounds, well, we'll just say get game canvas, draw quad, draw quad outline in world. The quad is AC get bounds. I'm trying to see if this is in world space or not. Draw it green. Get rid of that for a sec. Okay, this is pixels to world. So we're drawing it in the world. We want a 1 pixel border. Okay. Okay, so it's in local space there. So we could make a new one called get. Well, we could say vec2 offset, and then we could say if auto MC equals get game state, get movement controller, offset equals MC get position. Probably call that get world bounds then. Alright. Now that's not actually using that bounding box, you know. I wonder if we could take that away. Where is this in the hierarchy? Bounds and hitbox. Okay, well I think I'm going to get rid of those. And that one. What's that one called? Pincer hitbox. Get rid of that one as well. Just clear it up a bit, you know. Probably used them in a previous game. I don't need to do it anymore. Okay, so what we also want to do, so we want to call this get world bounds to start with. But we want to get for each region. So these are called region attachments, I think. Yeah, region. So for each region, we want to iterate through the regions as well, which we have no real concept of in the animation controller. Spine animated rig. Tick. So when we tick the rig, is this where we work out the bounds? Here it is. So the bounds is literally all the vertices. So we want really an array of attachments. So it'd be something like rig attachment. And then we probably will do something like string view name. Right, bounds. For now. So let's just try and make them. So we have a T-array of rig attachments. Attachments. So I think we just do bounding rect bb dot add point vec 2 those and then we just add a rig attachment. So dot name equals attachment name get name buffer dot bounds is equal to the bounding box. Okay, all there is there. It's fine. Yeah. And if it's a mesh attachment, it's the same really. Bounding rex BB. It's just the same. And this could probably go through all of the attachments now, rather than through all the vertices. That's probably going to be faster though to just do it this way. Or we have basically a big bounding box. We'll leave it like that for now, it's fine. It's not going to be that many vertices, it's not going to be that slow. So this returns the bounds, I presume, to whoever is calling it. Let's just see where this goes. Because if you get it to return a bigger thing, if you get it to return the bounds and all the attachments as well. Straight up into the rig, you see. So we're gonna have a struct rig animated rig and that's going to have rect bounds. Estates, terrible name really. So we could actually change the tick. To actually include the rig as well. Maybe. If that's a thing. So just forward declare that. What's animated rigging? So that's in the engine. iAnimated rig is in the engine. Normal animated rig is also in the engine. So that's fine, we can do that. We can just forward declare it up here. Class animated rig. And then we could have like an add rig attachment. Where we could just basically just start putting these into the rig itself. So Bossy, how's it going? Literally can't prevent the tick. Oh yeah, he's still working on the problem from yesterday. Yeah. I wish I knew more about Unreal Engine because I'd be able to help you. I don't. Unfortunately, I have no experience. It's not something where you can. You couldn't just write an extension which is just consume tick, could you? Is that possible? I don't know how much freedom it gives you. Okay. So this is a rig attachment. I'm going to call it animated rig attachment. And we're going to have an array of them. Okay. Right, okay. Good luck. I hope you crack it today. tricky one, yeah. So we're going to say void empty rig attachments, and then we're going to say size t add rig attachment. Animated rig attachment value like this. And then this will just go rig attachments to empty, and this one will just go attachments dot add standard move value. Do we want to do a standard move there? I'm going to make this a right hand side to make it explicit, really. Okay. So this is going to do rig.empty attachments, empty rig attachments. And then this is going to be rig, add rig attachment there and there. That goes away. So what that means now is that when we tick the rig, we get all of its attachment bounds and anything else that we want to ever put in there per attachment, which means that we can get them and we can render all of the bounding boxes. We can draw them all to see which is. So in Vossy, I'm just working out. So I'm going to do per bounding box collision for combat. So you'll be able to just hit its pincer or just hit its leg. So you basically have information on where it's been hit. And then eventually I'll be able to do animations or anything. I could tie, so if you hit its pincer, it could knock off more HP, or it could make the Spidey react differently. That's the plan. Which would be nice, I think. That'd be a nice addition to combat. Yeah. So now, what we need here in the animated rig is a get. So we want standard span animated rig attachment get attachments, really. And that needs to return the attachments. And then the combat controller in the debug draw now, you can say for auto attachment in AC get animated rig attachments, get attachments. Oh, we did it in the, it's in the rig, not the animation controller. So the animation controller also needs, you need to go through the animation controller for this to work. So standard span, animated rig, attachment, get attachments. So it's just return rig dot get attachments. Just check that builds. Yes, let's check it all builds. So this is going to be in local space. The attachments are always in local space. So they need to be though, because we do pass in the position, don't we? So we could actually do this. Get rect. Well, no, the bounds are in local space, so we should keep it in local space. So this is just draw these a different color, and then this is attachment. So we could do attachment, get world bounds. For an ID. Yeah, I don't know about that. So I think we'll do vec2 position or offset. We'll do it here, you know, if auto MC equals get game state, get movement controller ID, offset equals MC get position, Vim motions. All right, yeah, I did test out a few different ones actually. I really liked how what was it called? Can't remember what it's called now. Sublime text. Sublime text. The thing is I need quite a lot of things. I need an integrated debugger. Sublime Text, you can bolt on an integrated debugger, but it wasn't very good. It was a bit slow and it crashed a lot. The text editor though was awesome. But for the way I code, I really need an integrated debugger. So if there's a text editor out there with a really great, that's really great and it has a really great integrated debugger, I would give it a go. Part of a plugin for Visual Studio. Oh really? So what, so it takes over Visual Studio? Is that what you mean? And we'll actually, may as well just extend this and just say rect get bounds as well. Get local bounds. Yeah, I'd definitely give it a go if you know, I'd have to spend some time setting up all my hotkeys and stuff. It's so specific, like the build's very specific. It's not just a vanilla build that I use as well. So I'd have to write a new build system. Well, okay, the great thing about Sublime Text is that you could just use MS Build. So I could just use MS Build in probably any text editor. And just continue using that, and that keep the build the same. Get local bounds. Rig get bounds. Right, so we can actually just get local bounds dot translate as it offset like that. Attachment. The attachment, we didn't write the get world bounds for attachment, so it's attachment dot bounds dot translate offset. Okay, so let's just see what this looks like. If this works, we get a little bounding box around every single bone essentially of the rig. We'll have a look. Vim emulation layer. It's not much information on what it is. VS Vim. So what's the benefit of using this? I'll have to have a look at that. VS Vim. Why I use VS Vim for productivity. I'll put that in. I'll actually put this in my where am I looking? I'll actually put this in my game notes. Links. Just put VS Vim for now. Just take a quick look at it off stream. Watch a video. Edit text and describe what you need it to do. Okay. Keyboard centric. Yeah, I guess I don't really know what it is. I'll check it out. I'll check it out tonight. So it's not just a text editor. It's an actual workflow. There we go. So there are all these hitboxes, them yellow ones, for combat. I suppose we need to actually use the heroes' hitboxes as well for the Spidean hits. Gazo, no, don't. Gazo. The gift service. Alright, okay. Alright, yeah, I'll check it out. So what are you doing there? Okay. What to select everything, you mean? For copying. Rather than having to drag the mouse across. Oh, right, okay. So you've got like start and end cursor type thing. Cool, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Thanks. Interesting. Yeah, I'm always up for giving it a go. If I want to change the entire word. Yeah, okay. So if I wanted to... So all I do there is Control, Shift and right. Or Control, what is it? You know when you start thinking about hotkeys and you can't remember what they are. It'll just be CIW. D delete, C change, Y young. Alright, cool. Find, which allows you then to start. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll give it a go. Well, I'll download. I won't do it on this computer, but I'll download it onto my laptop and give it a go. And then if I like it, I'll put it on here. H-I. Ah, right, okay. I don't touch type, not traditionally. Thanks very much. Yeah. I'll check it. I'll put it on my laptop and I'll give it a go. Yeah, nice one. Okay, so we've got a bunch of hitboxes for combat now. I've got this covering up the FPS here. Let me just... It's nice to keep an eye on the FPS. Nautic. Right, okay. I'll add you. Okay, I think so. I think I sent you a friend request there. I'm not used Discord, really. I don't use it very much. Don't really know how to use it. Cool, yeah, I'll check it out. It's really good. Nice one, thanks. Oh. It's not even building this. So that's... Alright, let's just rebuild. Yeah, I remember you talking about it a while ago, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if Sublime Text had a really good debugger, I would seriously consider using that. But it didn't work very well for projects this size. Like, it took... It's not Sublime Text's fault because they don't actually make a debugger. It was a different debugger. So it would take like 20 seconds to actually start the game before it fired. It was super duper fast, which is not a problem really. So the thing about Visual Studio is it's slow. So if I was to actually like select a file, it took about maybe 1.5 seconds to open it. But the thing is, I always open files with this, which is still not that fast. It takes about half a second. Sublime Text was like, the file was open before you'd even like released the key, which was really nice. I could get used to that. $54 milliseconds. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your computer, I suppose. This is an old computer. This is like about 8 years old, this computer. It would obviously be a lot faster in a more modern computer. I don't know how fast it takes to swap. It's instant if you want to swap to a file that's already open. So that isn't too bad. So if I go to like animated rig, which is already open, that's basically loaded immediately. Yeah. Visual Studio is a right hog as well. 3 gigs, 3.19 gigs, which is insane, isn't it? I'm not running the program or anything. That's just the thing is I don't shut it down though. This has probably been open for a while. If I was to shut it down, I probably wouldn't use wouldn't be 3 gigs. Like I don't ever turn the computer off really. Got 32 gig of RAM in there, so it's fine really. But 3 gigs is a lot for a text editor, isn't it? Because the debugger's not running now, so it's just basically a text editor. So Spine, you know, the animation is only 100 meg. The game's not very much. The game pre-allocates quite a lot of memory, at least in the debug build, but it doesn't use very much. So the game is 1.2 gig. However, if I was to let this sit for a while, it'd probably go down to like 200 meg. Once Windows realised I'm not using any of the memory that I've reserved. And it's running so little graphics, it thinks it's a copy engine, which is interesting. That'll change when I start actually doing some more graphics based stuff. An LSP, what do you mean by LSP? Yeah, it might not get it as much, maybe. Would I miss it? Yeah, maybe I would. I'm the type of guy, though, that I like to type out code. I find it therapeutic. So I might be able to get used to not having really great IntelliSense. What I would miss is I do this all the time. When I'm pressing Control, Shift and Space, and it shows me the full signature. So I can just see my arguments and overloads. If it doesn't have that, I would miss that. Jump to definition. Yeah, I need 2 main things. I need this, which is open file. And in just files, like I don't want all symbols because there's too many. When you get to a massive project, there's just too many. So I just want files, which the Sublime Text has. And I want that, which is go to function, just functions in this file. That's all I kind of really need to get around the code. And then sometimes I'll press F12 to go back to where it's defined, but that isn't always that quick, because if you've got overloads, it gives you a list of overloads to select, which is not that great really. I'd rather it just knew which one I meant. And then your basic refactor stuff. So I use Visual Assist, which has its own like rename and stuff, which is much faster than the Visual Studios one. So that's actually okay. And I like to use this menu as well, so I can create the declaration definition automatically. Yeah, it's Visual Assist is kind of like ReSharper, yeah. C tags. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I've been using Visual Assist for 20 years. And it's got quite nice, it's got a few nice things, like it has snippets. So I could just say like note, and it will do, and put the date on it, or to do, or whatever. Quite like that. Or if I've got a new file, I can just type in like new, and it will give me the file. And it would look at this file as well. So it would basically give me a new class based on the file name, which is quite nice. Saves you have to do a lot of typing. When I say I like typing, I mean I'm more like writing the code. Like I'm not really bothered about, you know, writing out class definitions, but I kind of like writing out the full thing in a therapeutic type of way. Yeah, they are good. You know, I'm sure all the text editors can do that. I'm sure that would be one thing that you would really like with the text editor is snippets. Okay, well, we're not drawing anymore. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a shortcut for that. To go back and forth. The only thing that it doesn't have, which is nice, is the press F12, it goes to the signature, unless it's overloaded. If that's overloaded, so it shows a list. I would rather it like knew what I was passing to it as arguments and go to the actual one that I mean. I'd rather that. It doesn't do that. Okay. So we'll first test if we're actually intersecting the main bounds, or so say. This should test attachments. Well, we don't need to do that. We need to go if type is equal to circle. Then we need to, so we need to do auto rig bounds equals target get world bounds. Let's go if not geometry intersect rect with circle. Rect with circle, The rect is the rig bounds. The circle center is what is it called? Circle region. What's it called? Attack region circle. Center attack region circle radius. Return. Just can't intersect. Do some early outs here. Yeah, it is very useful. A really good useful thing that it has is if I create a new like function like foo, I just have to press that and it just makes a signature immediately in the CPP file. It makes the actual function. So I don't have to spend time typing out the definition. That's really useful. That's it, yeah. It's good. Although mine's control and I have it set up with how do I do it? I just do it now without thinking about it. It's Alt Enter and then down to create signature. Alt Enter I've got. Yeah. I don't necessarily need Visual Studio. I just need a good integrated debugger because I'm always just setting breakpoints like all the time. It's like how I work. I don't really just write a bunch of code and then run it and then debug it if it goes wrong. I'm constantly like checking what I have written is good before I move on. B Matty, thanks for the follow. Hi, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. Just working on combat at the moment. Oh. Specifically, having the player attack the enemy and where to attack them. Okay. Else if type is equal to quad. If not geometry, intersect rect with rect. Rig bounds, attack region quad. Return that. So it can't do it. Else, return that. Okay, so that'll eliminate basically a bunch of checking if we do that. So we might maybe do an actual, just do a test. Intersect. Actually, just do it. There, like that. Because we're going to have to do a bunch of these. Because now we're going to have to intersect all of the boxes. So that's return false. That's also return false. That's return false. That's return true. To be fair, we could, if we're doing it this way around, we could just say true there. Did you ever try a VM? A VM? Like a virtual machine? What do you mean by that? I'll let you know. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a good debugger that isn't Microsoft related if it's MSVC. Yeah. So everybody talks about there's RAD DBG that I have heard about, and Remedy. Problem is they're specifically debuggers. I think you wouldn't want to write text in them. I don't think it's not integrated into the text editor. They're meant to be great, and I think they are really good. Like, I watched the guy who develops the RAD debugger on stream. He streams it, and it's a really good debugger. But it's just a debugger, you see. Yeah, B Matty, let me know about VM. If you mean virtual machines, I have done some virtual machine stuff before. Ryan Flirt, yeah, that's him, yeah. Yeah, so RAD Game Tools were bought by Epic. So I think it was RAD's debugger. And obviously Epic bought them. But RAD make a load of really good software, like lots of really good software. But yeah, Epic bought them, I think. Okay. If not intersects rig bounds, return false. Return standard optional. What is it? Intersection region. So do you know the STB libraries? They're very popular single header utility libraries. So Sean Barrett, who wrote those libraries, works for RAD. And now Epic. So, you know, his libraries are great. So you know that, you just know by that, I suppose, that a lot of the code inside RAD Game Tools is great. STB image, yeah. Yeah, he wrote a lot of. He's got a full Git repository full of like really good, really good libraries. All this stuff is like really, really good. Basically, all of it's really good. So I use STB Vorbis in the engine, and I use. I'm not sure if I might use STB image, maybe. Resize, I think I use that. Image right, I think I use that. It's a full-on crazy. Have a look at this implementation of sprintf. Just go through the code and have a look at it. It's absolutely insane how mental it is. Yeah, you want Nothings 2's GitHub. I'll put a link if you don't know it already. Or Nothings, whatever it's called. Okay. Get movement controller is target.id. Get ID. This is just wrecked. So now we're just basically, we've written a little standalone thing there. Because we're going to have to intersect all these as well the same way. So what's the problem? I need to do that. Nope, don't like it. Rect type is ambiguous. Yeah, so I don't think that code was written by the same guy. I think that code was written by the founder of Rad Game Tools. He was notorious for having unreadable code and proud of it, if you know what I mean. Which is funny. But he's got a lot of I think he's influenced the games industry hugely, that the founder of Rad, because that's where, like, you know, Jonathan Blow used to work, and Casey Muratori, and all these like big shot programmers, game programmers. They all kind of came out of that one company. And obviously the founder of the company, he impressed upon them their coding style that they have today. And they've since gone on to, like we talked about IMGUI yesterday, the whole concept of IMGUI and immediate mode programming is Casey's. That he kind of invented that. You know, he's really influential. He's really, it's Jeff Roberts he's called, I think, the founder. Like IMGUI is obviously used everywhere, but the whole concept is Casey's, I think. I think the guy who writes IMGUI has said that that's where his inspiration is from. Okay, so if intersect attachment bounds.translate offset yeah, it can be. When I was at uni, it was all console, yeah. They were like, you know, there was no Windows machines in the labs at all. It was all Linux, Unix console stuff. And that's how they taught it. And when you compiled C, you compiled it with the command line and all that stuff, or Java or whatever we were working on. I personally, I don't mind the command line, but I don't use like the Git command line or anything. I'll just use the GUI in Visual Studio for Git, for submitting Git pushes. Yeah, you can, yeah. That's why people like it, I think. So if it intersects, we need to return something called an intersection region, which we don't really know what it is. Or why we would even want to use it yet. So I think all I'm going to do is put in the owner ID and the region. What did we call these things? The attachment index. I don't really want anything that is copyable, like deep copyable in it at the moment. So I'll just do that. I don't actually want to return the attachment because attachments might change to have things which are deeply copyable in. So we just want to return an intersection region. And the owner ID is target.getID. And the attachment index is that obviously it can't return an attachment because that gets made every single frame. Could return a copy. Yeah, no, that'd be fine. We'll just return the index for now. Maybe a copy would be better though, because the index will change. Okay, well now we'll take that back. We will actually return. We'll copy the attachment back out again. Animated rig attachment. Oops. Okay, so this probably doesn't know about the attachments, unfortunately. That means we have to include the animated rig. It's unfortunate if we're allowed to. LibVM engine animated rig. So we'll just copy the attachment over. Attachments right now anyway are just trivially copyable, so it's fine. Right then, so that will just return where we intersect. So who is calling this again? It probably is in it's in the rig, isn't it? I think it's in the rig. No, it's in the routine. Here it is. All right, so let's just see if we get this breakpoint fires. It's going to take 2 minutes while this builds. Then we'll come back and see if this intersect works. Dokes. So now, where do we put this breakpoint here? Let's give it just a test first. So with that, we're not hitting anything. Just check the code flow is fine. There we go, straight early out. So that's nice and fast for when it doesn't intersect, which will be almost all of the time. Let's get it. Oh, hang on a second. The way that currently works is I can only attack once. We'll leave that. Currently you can only attack once because I did some work on limiting the amount of attacks, so you can't just spam the attack button. So right now you can only attack once. Okay, so this should intersect with something. So image is green, pins at bottom. Does it intersect with that? No. No. So it does intersect with that. So the intersection there, it intersected with its lower leg. So we might want to do something where, because it's going to intersect with multiple boxes there. We might need to do something where we sort by the smallest box. It has to hit the smallest box, I would say. So we're going to do how do we want to do this? We'll have to say we'll just say size T index equals -1 there. We'll have to go by index now. if we intersect, and then we also want to know so if we intersect, we need to say if index is -1 or attachments index.bounds or attachments a.bounds.area is less than, then we need to say index equals a like that. So I'll just pop out the smallest one. And then we're going to say if index is equal to is not equal, or to be specific about it, is less than attachments. Count. We will return intersection region owner ID equals target.getID. Attachment is attachments index. Else, which return nothing. So this will just return the smallest attachment, which I think is probably fine. That's the one we want to pick, the smallest one. In a case where it hits multiple what's going on here? We want to get the AC out first, I think. If not AC, we can't do it anyway. So yeah, so that'll pick the smallest box. It doesn't necessarily have to have a movement controller either. Maybe we should... Well, no, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. And that can go there like that. So pick out the smallest box, which I think is the box that we would want to hit. Filter at specific elements now. Yeah, it's super complicated, isn't it? It sounds like. There is no gut count. Not actually an array, it's a span. Okay. Let's just delete these breakpoints. So we'll test it again and we'll see if it picks the smallest box. Timber, how's it going? I'm going alright, thank you. Still working on combat, but slowly getting through it. Working on having the player attack the creature now. So all these yellow boxes are where we could hit. So we've got our sword now. We've got our little white circle is like where our sword strike would go. And then we have to hit one of those yellow boxes. Yeah, my plan is we won't just have one hitbox over the character. Every single bone will have its own hitbox, which means It opens up opportunities like if you hit the leg, it could play a different animation, or it could react differently to being hit on the tail or something like that. So, you know, eventually we'll end up building stuff like that out. We're just writing a little system now for determining how the thing's been hit. So it will intersect a bunch of attachments. There's 22 attachments there. And it's meant to find the smallest attachment, which is attachment 21, which is the tail. Which I can believe. So we're saying it now. It says the pincer top there. I thought it was the tail. Maybe I read that wrong. Yeah, it's coming along. The Spidey creature can fully lay into you now, and he can poison you and all sorts of stuff. So he poisoned me. Can't really hard to see because, and then he can like, he does his firing. It fires his shot. And then he can kill me. So I did a little death screen where you can like load the previous game up and stuff. So it's coming along. Got status effects in, which is a big thing. Anyway, let's just go back to what we were doing. So if I... Okay. I might have read that wrong. So it's attachment 3 now they've found, which is the upper body. Upper body, yeah. So we basically now have the name of the place where he was attached and its bounding box. Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. Mid-semester exam. Exams are awful. I remember exams. I've taken a lot of exams in my life. Yeah. Good luck with that though. If you've passed the course, that's nice. That's great. Just have to go for a grade now, don't you, I suppose? Right, so we have where we've been hit. So now, where this is in the attack. So we need to actually post information about this now. So we need to get the combat controller. This is the source combat controller. Get game state. Get combat controller for the hero. It's the rig.getID. And then we need to do source CC add combat attack target. So now we've got an entity ID or an NPC ID. This needs to actually be changed now to a intersection region. Now. So there's actually only one. We can get rid of this. This is intersection region. So this is where the attack happened. And then this, the attack targets now are intersection regions. Which will make some compile errors for when the Aspirian's attacking the hero, but we want to actually probably be using this system anyway, this intersection system with them. So this is intersection. Right then, so let's just build and fix. We'll fix where we're adding the attack targets. Actually, we're doing this here. This is actually probably should be in a different place. So let's just copy this. We'll put a little compiler here so we can go back to it. So this is where we specify who we want to attack. Okay. Actually, let's do it that way around then. So it was here, wasn't it? So this goes here. And then this is the is the target ID. Ooh. Now this is the ID. This is the current ID of the guy. And this is the level. So I wonder if rather than specifying attack targets there, we could specify, we could just check everyone here. Who's in the same room as us. So we wouldn't need to specify who the attack targets even were. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try going for that now. Who's calling get combat attack targets? No one. Brilliant. So this is essentially goes up here. And then we don't want to do ourselves. We do want to see if they're in the same room. If not, get game state in same room. cc.getID ID. Continue. They have to be in the same room. This is and then we want to send the attack event there. Like that. And then this needs to look a little bit different now. This needs an intersection region. Like that, which unfortunately means this has got to include. Maybe we just need the stuff that we need. So we're going to test entity ID, and then we're going to do W string view attachment name. Dest attachment name, and that will just tell us who has been attacked. Is intersection attachment dot name, and this is intersection. This is cc.getID. So see if this builds first. Nope. Okay. So there's no such thing as combat attack targets anymore, which is lovely. KSI, hey, how's it going? Doing all right, thanks. Hope you're all right. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. Just working on combat at the moment. So we don't need to even add the combat attack target. And we don't need the source combat controller either. Yeah, no problem. Just ask some questions. That's fine. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. It's very hot in my office, so I'm melting a bit. But I'm alright. It's very hot in the UK at the moment. Okay, combat attack. G event combat attack. Ah. That's just an ordinary string view. Get combat or add combat attack targets. So they're all gone on that one. They're all gone. Starting out coding, you mean? Yeah, that'll be fine. Totally fine if you don't want to start coding. So there's no such thing as warm-up attack even. Yeah, great. So you get yourself Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. If you want to do C++, I'd probably go with Visual Studio. It's free. And yes, code away. Some good tutorials and stuff online. You don't need Linux, no. So if you want to work in games, you want to do like learn game programming, Windows is probably the best option, I would say, to start with anyway. Because most games are released on Windows. But for just coding, like either is fine. Linux or Windows, they're both good coding environments. So we don't even need warm-up attack. This is turning out, this has been a good actual optimization thing because we can get rid of a bunch of calls. If you've got the laptop lying around, just get Visual Studio and see how chuggy it is. But you will be fine if it's already got Windows 10 on it. Linux is free as well if you want to go with that. You just have to watch a YouTube tutorial on how to dual boot with Linux on your computer as well. But if it's already got Windows, just give it a go, just download it, try it. Yeah, Timbo makes a good point. You don't, if your goal is to learn programming, don't start by trying to learn a new operating system. Just go straight to the programming. And you know, if it does chug on Visual Studio, you can code directly into the web browser using Compiler Explorer. It's looking a bit dodgy. It doesn't normally look like that. But you can just put code in there and compile it. Dominic. There you go. That's C++ right there. And you can just compile it and you have a full IDE on the web browser, you know. You don't need to install anything then, just a web browser. Yeah, if you can't fit Visual Studio on, there's other options. I don't know what the install size of Visual Studio even is. But yeah, Compiler Explorer you could go, then you don't have to install anything apart from Google Chrome. Alright, so we're going to get rid of warm-up attack. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you want any help with coding, let us know. Yeah, no problem, mate, yeah. Just have fun. So I learnt to code on like 128 megs of RAM, or maybe less. So it's fine. Maybe even like 32 megs. I can't even remember. It was a long time ago though. Visual Studio is really nice because everything's kind of easy to get into it, you know. You don't really have to worry about the build. You just press the green arrow and it just compiles and runs your code or gives you the compile error. So it's nice. I think it's nice to learn for learning. You want like no barrier to entry really. Just want to get down with the code straight away rather than have to worry about setting up builds and stuff. The great thing about learning on Windows as well is if you really do want to get into games, there's like a million resources on using things like Unreal Engine and Unity and these game engines, and a lot of them are Windows centric. So they'll be talking about Visual Studio, for instance, on Windows when they're doing the tutorial. Yeah, no problem. So now we've taken out those attack targets, we've changed combat quite a lot. I have to check it still works. We need to do where we've been calling warm-up attack. We need to take that out as well. Like for instance, we're calling add attack target. Oh, so this doesn't even need to do this anymore. This is so good. It's all just handled in the event. So this is CC. Set combat state. No. Set combat. Whoops. Attack state to warming up level. Okay, Saya, if you get stuck, just come back and let me know. I'm actually kind of teaching my father-in-law how to program. He's more interested in web development rather than games. But he's doing really well, and he's like 72 or something, 71. And he just wants to learn how to program, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, if you just want a taste for it, you just go to the library and use Compiler Explorer if you have a local library with computers. What's one of the awesome things about programming is it costs $0 to start. You don't even need to buy a computer as long as you've got access to one, a public one in a library or something. And it costs $0 pretty much for anything you want to do. You want to build a AAA game? I mean, it'd take you 100 years if you just by yourself, but you just get Unreal Engine and there you go. Or even if you wanted to build your own AAA engine, you could just do it. It costs nothing to do. Yeah, the way I talk about it with my mum, because she's not technical, is we talk about it in terms of like artistic expression. Do you know what I mean? So I think coding is a lot like writing a book, a novel, or drawing a picture. That's what I think. It's creative in that way because you get to like express yourself in a similar way. And she gets that, you know, she gets that idea. So that's the way we talk about it. I don't go into like the technical stuff. I imagine, I can't write books, but I imagine if you sit down and write a novel and, you know, you get lost in what you're writing, is very similar to sitting down and writing code and getting lost in what you're writing. As in absorbed, totally absorbed by it. Similar feelings, I imagine. Yeah. One of the reasons I started streaming is because I don't know anyone that programs in my hometown. Apart from my father-in-law, who's very novice. So I thought, yeah, well, the best way to meet programmers, of course, is to stream. Yeah. If you're wanting a great technical and artistic endeavour, learn programming. It's one of the greatest there is, I think. Yeah, it teaches you to think outside the box. It trains your brain to think a different way, which is really nice. And then it's really good at like, it releases the endorphins and stuff because you solve problems and you're constantly getting better. That's obviously very good for your mental well-being. Like one of the reasons my father-in-law's in his early 70s and obviously he's beginning to feel older, his age. And it keeps your brain active. That's one of the reasons he wants to learn, is because it's great for your brain. No, one of the things I would say, especially when you're beginning, there's a temptation to sit on a problem for hours. And then you get cotton wool brain, and that's a real temptation. And you just get up and walk away from the computer, just for 5 minutes, and then go back, and you'll find a lot of that frustration will be a lot easier to handle Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, so there's a real temptation to sit there till you can get it fixed, but the problem is it mushes your brain with coding. If you do that, it just mushes your brain, and you just never fix it. You get to a point where you're just typing stuff in, and you don't even know what it's doing, really. So you've got to resist that temptation. Especially when you're learning, when you're beginning, because it can put you off. Yeah. There's been many times where I've been stuck on a bug and I've walked away from the computer, and within 5 minutes I've thought of the solution because I've not been at the computer. I've been outside. Yeah. KSI, yeah. Just get going, man. Start small, and it's a great journey for sure. Never ends. Yeah. Woot Dragon, yeah. Go and have a nap. Yeah, you get to Timber, you get to a point, I suppose, where you're just like trying to hack something together to work rather than find a general solution, for sure. Many quit very quickly. Yeah, so people quit quickly because it turns the brain to cotton wool, and they just end up getting frustrated. It's very common. So there's a couple of things that I notice, right? It's common when you start to become very frustrated and blame the compiler or the computer or whatever, or the library. I see that a lot. Why is it not working? I'm doing everything right. But it's not. It's you. You're just learning. Just kind of like relax. Try and relax a little bit, Stop trying to blame everything on something. In my whole programming life, it's been the compiler or the computer like less than 10 times. Probably. Blame the AI. At least the AI you could probably tell off. You could tell it off and it would react, wouldn't it? It'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mvossi makes a good point. Yeah, you can spend 6 months learning the basics and you'll be able to do an absolute ton of stuff. Yeah, exactly. KSI. It's like learning guitar or something. It's growing pains, but it is awesome. Yeah. Till the AI can strike back. It's just like, oh, I'm just going to turn your computer off then. That's what the AI will do. Does this actually build? I've probably completely broken some now, because we've taken out quite a lot of code just by making that one change. Starting out, what language are you going to learn? KSI. Yeah, when you finally solve a bug, is great. When you finally solve a very hard bug, that is a good feeling. There's two good feelings. There's that. I enjoy taking code away. Deleting code is very nice. When you make a slight change, like I just had then, so I made a slight change, and it meant I could delete like 6 or 7 functions from the code. Because you feel like the architecture is just getting tighter in a good way, it's getting better. Yeah, KSI, if you're learning C++, it's very hard for me to recommend anything because it was very different when I was learning. I get like a book from the library, but it depends how you like to learn. If you like courses, that could be good. I know people do like courses because they schedule your time, so they'll lay it out in weeks, and that can be quite good for people. You could, any programming you can do for free. Anything. As far as I'm aware, there's not a programming language that you have to pay to use. Unless it's part of a larger application and it's specific to that application. But all the general ones. 12 weeks and 2 years, and has 2 years to finish it. Okay, so yeah, it gives you a week by week course. The Cherno project, yeah, I've watched the Cherno project as well. He's good. If you're at the very, very beginning, a book is good. I think the thing with watching YouTube is they don't know your actual level. I mean, there probably are some like absolute beginners courses. So they might just say something which they take for granted, but you don't know about. That's the only thing. Yeah, having programming tasks is good. That's the way I like. The way I like to learn is I'll get sample packages. So when I learned DirectX 12, I just got the DirectX 12 sample package from Microsoft, which is on GitHub, and it's got tons and tons of examples. So I just learn through examples, basically. That's the way I tend to do it now. But you've definitely got to find a way of learning that you like. I would say, not everyone's the same on that. GitHub's you won't need GitHub to begin with. No, GitHub is a website that stores repositories of code, and you can put your own on. So you can like write some code, put it on GitHub, and other people, if it's a public repository, other people can look at it, comment on it, download it, use it, and it also tracks your code, changes to your code through time as well. That's the Git bit. So Git is like a code tracker, but that's pretty. Like I wouldn't worry about stuff like that for ages. But you might watch a tutorial and they might say, "Oh, get my code off GitHub," and it'll just be a link. And you just be able to download the code as a zip file. But if you do that course, it sounds good because they'll probably give you actual coding problems and examples throughout that course. Yeah, it's like so you've heard of Unreal Engine. which is obviously the AAA Games engine. That's on GitHub. So if you wanted to start using Unreal Engine, you'd go to GitHub and you'd register to use it with Epic Games, and you'd get permission to download the engine, and it includes all the source code. So can this thing still hit me? Because we've taken away all of the stuff. It can. Look at that. So it still works. It's going to kill me. So even that's one of the great nice things about coding. Made one slight architectural change using these boxes, and all of a sudden took away bunch of code, and it still works. Oh, it did not quite. We had a crash right at the end. Man, what's going on there then? Let me just rebuild, because that was quite a bit of a change. The build I've found sometimes doesn't build in all the changes. Yeah, so the way that pointer was null, yeah. There's trashed memory somewhere. Yeah, that's what's going on there. Yeah, so there is multiple hitboxes on anything that can have combat. And the way I've done it like that is because eventually I want to be able to, if you hit the scorpion's leg, I want it to know about that so it could react a different way. It could either play a different animation, or it could, say you hit its pincer, it might back off and go and cover or something, because that's a sensitive part. So I've just put multiple hitboxes so you can tell where you're hitting it, if you know what I mean. Rather than just one hitbox over the full creature. So right now it picks the smallest hitbox and it says you've hit that. Could change it in the future where if you hit multiple ones, it does different amounts of damage. Yeah, maybe. It's alright, don't worry about filling the chat with questions. Most of my heap corruption problems are because it didn't build the actual code properly. That's why I seem to get... Yeah, no problem. If you just come back if you have any problems, and if you've got any code problems or any, let us know. Okay, so let's just do that again. We've rebuilt the game now, and I want to see if we still get that crash. It was right at the end, so it was destroying something. It was when I actually closed the game down. No, it didn't happen that time. So what happens, I think, in the build is I'll change some structure layout or something, and it doesn't get reflected in the code, and the code runs with undefined behavior. That's what seems to be happening. And it's done that for a long time. Not really sure what's going on. It starts when the code gets to a certain size, it seems to start doing it. I've probably got some compiler flag. Problem with compiler flag somewhere. If you've got multiple threads that call other functions and the main thread also calls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have something called a spin lock somewhere. It's called a scope block. A scope block it's called. Which works on a spin lock. So that's a mutex. And I use them often in some places. All these places. So definitely around the memory allocation routines. So this is where you could have many threads coming in, intersecting here, trying to get memory. But a bunch of places, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it can be very hard to debug. So I tend not to mess with threads, like raw threads and locks. I have a system for that. How does it work? So I have something called you can run a job like that. So anything in here is on a different thread. And then you can do something to do with join. Tell how long it's been since I've flush jobs. I've done multi-threaded stuff. So then you can call flush jobs, and that syncs all the threads back together, and then you can continue executing. So my multi-threaded approach is like a bunch of work needs doing. So this could be in a loop. So you could spawn like a bunch of jobs that handle different sections of the work on different threads, and then you flush at the end, and then once we get to the next line, all that work is done. So that's how I tend to do it, and there's no mutexes or anything there. It's all handled by run job and flush jobs. And then if I do need background threads, I can't remember how to do that. So the LST is like the asset database. I use signals. So you can basically like kick off a thread, tell it to do some work, and then wait for it to complete for a certain amount of time. That's a sync point there. STL. Yeah, cool. Embosser, yeah. Yeah, I've faced it on several projects actually. It's not, yeah, so sometimes I'll do a load of work and I'll go to build and it'll just flash up there's nothing to build. Weird, eh? Standard thread. Yeah, I don't know if I've used standard thread. I use hardware concurrency to get the core count. I don't actually use standard thread though. So this listen for budget changes, I think, spins up threads. Yeah, so I have this thing called BM start thread, which I suppose is like standard thread. And that just runs on its own thread in the background. And this wait for multiple objects, it's a Windows specific thing because we're in DirectX at the moment. This wait for multiple objects is Windows only code, but that's a signal essentially. Yeah, that's what it does for me sometimes. So the problem is, that's happening for some CPP files. So when I've altered many CPP files, some of them are like, oh, there's nothing to build. But I don't know that. Like it's like incorrectly reporting that. But it does build the other ones, and it just misses that particular one, for some reason. So I have to like do a build all, which was a problem because the code base was getting so big that the build alls were taking a while. They were taking like 4 minutes. So I spent some time over Easter, I think. I made a new type of build, which took the build down from like 4 minutes to like a minute, 1 minute. So now a full build, I only have to wait like 1 or 1.5 minutes or something. Yeah, the rebuild would work. Yeah, so if I was to rebuild everything, it would scrap everything and rebuild it, and then you'd know that every single CPP file was getting built, and that seems to solve the problem. So we're almost at the point where I can attack this creature. Remember how to do that? I have to send an event. There we go. Set combat attack state for a particular level. And then after that attack has happened, we need to set it to be cooling down. So it's very similar. I'll just grab that code. I'll just put it here for now. So this is a different thing. Loop end. We're not actually testing there if the combat controller is a thing as well. We should probably do that. Okay. So we need an attack handle. Attack handle. Now the thing is about this is it might get interrupted as well. We'll leave it like this for now. So that kind of just goes there, and it's just the same. This one. If attack handle. We just set it to attack. So yeah. we're going to put breakpoint there and there. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to get a custom event which says the attack state has changed to attacking. We're going to set the attack animation and queue and idle animation. I'm going to pick up the handle for the attack animation. Then we're going to get a second event which is an attack event. If there's an attack event, we're going to set the attack state to attack, and what that will do is it will send events to everybody that's been attacked. And then when the attack animation ends, we'll reset the attack handle and we'll cool down the attack. We do somewhere need to define what cooling down is for this animated rig. We'll do that after this. We need to define a couple of things. We actually need to define what the attacks do as well. We'll send the event and then it'll probably do nothing because it doesn't know how to handle an attack event from the hero yet. Alright, so we attack it. So it's going to set it to attack. And then this is where it goes through this routine to see who we can attack. So there we go. We're attacking Entity 5, which is the combat, which is the Spidean. And that's where we're attacking it. And then I just want to check. And then we get the cooldown. So we set it to be cooling down then. It's quite complicated, this attack thing. But I suppose combat is kind of quite complicated. And we push a ready state to the finished. That allows everybody to... So a ready state event is like, we're about to call an event, do you need to do anything? So we're about to set the combat to finished, do you need to do anything? And it allows other systems to jump in and do things before the event is fired. So we do that. And then it goes to should. When it's picked up here. So this is the execute event for the attack state changed. So everybody has said, right, it's okay to finish. So we set it to finished. So that's a full attack loop there. Doubt we would have done any damage because we haven't specified what attacks do yet. But what I'll do is I'll just run all that and check we don't crash. So we can't attack. Can only attack once. So what I thought I had there is I thought I had it set up so the attack couldn't happen unless we were in a finished state. It has to be in a non-state or a finished state. So it needs to receive its attack event as well, which is an external dependency because we author the attack event in the animation editor. You have to remember to author attack events. So it doesn't actually do any damage, but that's because we haven't really described what the attack does yet. It is connecting. There we go. gonna tap me. I'm dead. Do I use precompile headers? Yeah, I do, yeah. I use precompile headers and I use like mono build. I don't know if they're called mono build. I heard that somewhere. So I don't build individual CPP files. I build files, which include CPP files. So that's also a speed optimization you can do. So I have one for each. I only have 8 cores on the 8 threads on the computer, so I have one for each thread. No, nothing's I've got it set as a compiler if it excludes the precompiled header. Yeah, so it won't compile. It has to include it. And there's no precompiled header for things in here, that, if you know what I mean. I'm mostly in the Sci-Fi Gardener project, modifying code. So yeah. Yeah, thanks, yeah. The build slows down a lot if I don't have precompiled headers. That's the thing. I need them, really. Okay. So how do we do the attack? How does that even work? So it'd be in the routines. This is where we send the attack. We set it to there. And then we're going to send the attack. Figure out how the Spidey receives attacks. So it's to do with the animation again. Let's let the Spidey attack me and we'll see what happens. Files that aren't using them. I believe so. The precompile headers are in the these libraries. And these very rarely get recompiled. The things that aren't recompiling are in this, seem to be in it, but it's only because I'm mostly working in this project. But as far as I'm aware, everything includes PCH, which doesn't really have anything in it. It includes all of the utility library. But none of that's changing, so the precompiled header shouldn't need to get, precompiled data block or whatever it is, shouldn't need to get recompiled. But I don't know. Could be anything. Could be that. I'm not sure. So it's hit me in the mouth there. Name mouth. So Spidey and hit me in the mouth. Right, so let's figure out who is listening to these. Okay, so this needs to be the Spidey and listening to a combat attack as the dest entity, meaning the thing that's been hit. We don't have that yet, so we could put that in. That's how the Spidey knows it's been hit. So on the Spidey routine, it's a custom event. Here it is, the combat routine. So here's the thing about that. How did we handle that? Yeah, so this is a problem with, we would need to define what it means to be hit for every single routine we're in, which is not great. Change the file and did build, it didn't find the change. Yeah, it didn't find the change in the CPP file. Yeah. So it basically gave me this, which it says 8 up to date. But then if I do a lot of code and then rebuild, it'd still give me this screen. But this file isn't in a precompiled header or anything. But it would still get that 8 up to date. So Spidey and combat routine. I need to move this because this is confusing me. It needs to go up here where the hero stuff is. So we play the hit animation there. We go hit to idle there. Yeah, so we have a problem here where we're having to define what it means to be hit in every single animation routine, which I don't think is what we want. We'll have to work on that. Okay. So it doesn't have an animation called hit, but we'll see. So if this breakpoint fires, this is the Spidey and getting hit. So the PCH is included already, I think. Every file has to include the PCH, at least for its own project. Yeah, that's what you mean. There we go. So the dest entity. So this is, we don't have a hit animation for Spidey, and let's make one quickly. And then we need to solve the problems. Like, I don't really want to have to author what happens when you get hit for every single animation routine. We'll think about that in a second. So, wish me luck. I have no idea how to do this. Hit. Oh, you don't call it JIT to start. You call it hit. I haven't done any animation in a long time, so I think we basically just keyframe the body, and then we'll go 10 frames, and then we'll translate the body down a bit. His feet go a bit weird there though. There we go. Oh, we didn't keyframe the body there. Don't have auto keyframing on by the looks of it. So keyframe the body, and then we'll go back. We'll just go back, that's fine. Then we'll keyframe the body again. That didn't work. How do I keyframe? Has that worked? Nope. How does this work? Doesn't appear to be putting that keyframe in. Literally no idea how you do this. I would have thought you just keyframe that and it would move it. Yeah. Right click on on the file in the Solution Explorer. Which file? Any file. It would need to be one that gets built, presumably. Properties. All right, so there isn't a specific one. It could be any of them. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I have set, unfortunately. Yeah, I already do that, yeah. Sometimes it's a blank by mistake, yeah. I think blank means no. It's default, no. You don't want to exclude it from the build by default. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff excluded from the build, like everything, basically. Which may lead you to think that this is the cause of the problem, but it's not, because this is a more recent thing. I only did this a month ago, and I've been having this problem for a long time. See, I think it's actually to do with something to do with like it builds the file before the save, so it's before the file has been saved to disk. So it opens an old version of the file from disk, and then it puts it in its record the build time. So it says like, oh, because what it does first is it looks in the record and it says these are all the files that I built last. So it updates it as built, but it's the wrong file. I think that seems more likely what the bug is. The wrong version of the file. Yeah. So all exclude from build will do is when you press F5, it won't build it. If you click no, it won't exclude it from the build. But that's the default, I believe. Even if it's blank, it means no. So I'm struggling with the most basic thing here. Like, how do I keyframe that? Well, it's keyframed it there as the wrong one. So it keyframes it back. Oh, I have to do it here. I reckon that's maybe it. I will get familiar with how to do this. So I have to keyframe it there. There we go. Okay. So I've actually keyframed the attachment there, which was incorrect. So we keyframe translate. Let me go 10. Knock it back. There. And there. This is going to be terrible animation. What I might do actually is just copy that. I will spend a lot more time on the animation. Well, that's kind of it being hit, isn't it? I suppose. It's hit from the front. That'll do. So we need to hit, then we need to do rig.q animation track idle true. So if we hit him, let's turn these boxes off. If we hit him, he should react. He should actually shoot back. Let's turn these boxes off so it's a little easier to see. If this works, I'm going to have a coffee break. Yeah, get to the bottom of it. That'd be awesome for me. My feeling is, though, it's actually a Visual Studio bug. Maybe. To do with loading the wrong version of a file, an older version of the file. That is my spidey senses say it's that. Okay, so let's attack him. Look at that, he's getting smacked. Spike grows, which is a bit weird. That is totally weird how we're only keyframing the... Oh, it killed me. We're only keyframing the... Okay, so I think we need to get rid of these, and we need to copy the idle animation. So we'll delete that. And we'll duplicate that. And we'll call it hit. And we'll just pull the body back. Are we in the right one here? And we'll keyframe it. It's a long animation to play. My God. I think I preferred the other one, to be honest. Alright. It's just his spike. His spike. Have I scaled his spike? Is that what the problem is? That what the thing is there? Let's have a look at idle. It is scaled to 0.25. We will do that as well. Hit. And we'll just keyframe it there. And there. Alright. Keep your spike the same. Got 2 instances of spine running as well. Alright. So let's just run this again. So I think what we need to do so what I don't like, there we go, it's being hit. Urgh. It appears to put him back. He's changed his combat state to back to being none. No, he's there. What does he do when I attack him? Oh, I need to stop dying. Right, let's just turn death off. We're gonna say, we'll just say a load of HP. So he's got a load of HP now, so he won't die. A couple of things are happening. He seems to be going back to his eye. Oh, so yeah, he's going back to his idol. We told him to go back to his idol, haven't we? Where are we? Animation routines. So we've said hit and then go back to idle. In the combat routine. So this is actually idle alert he wants to go past back to. Here's the thing, like we kind of do need to define what happens on an attack per routine because it might go back to different animations. Right, it's not going to kill me now because I've got a lot of HP. Ugh. So he stops attacking me for a while. He's stuck on attack playable character there. Oh, it's because he's doing it. He does recover. So we are getting his reaction. But he's changing his... He's stuck in here for a bit. He does recover. He does eventually do it. So something's happening there. Which need to debug. See if he eventually does it. He's stuck in a... So in the behavior types, attack, attacking, so it's stuck in the attacking phase by the looks of it. Okay, right, I'm gonna have 2 minutes to make more coffee and then we'll come back and we'll debug that. dokes. Hey, how's it going? Made progress. You found it for real, okay? Let us know. In the include directory. Also had specified in an include directory. Is that what it says? It does work most of the time though. It does compile most of the time, like 1 in 50 it won't. So where is it? It's one of these files. I can't remember which. What is it? That's a very old. Don't need that there. It does store a file of I can't remember where it is, of the last touched. Somewhere. The T log, it's the T log. So read, write. So these are the files that it's last touched. You see? The last read. So it's these that are not getting updated properly, I think. I'm not inside an include directory. They are inside an include directory, yeah. So that is something that I am doing that I could change. Yeah, I just have them all together, you see. So you think that could be causing the problem? If I had like an includes directory and a source directory, it might sort it out. Could do that. It may take a bit of work to actually just rejig it all. But yeah, I could give it a go. I won't do it on stream because it would be very boring. But I would definitely give it a go. Yeah, I might. I'll have a go at doing that maybe when I'm on my laptop at home or something. Okay, yeah. And that's in a bug. Because it does work almost all the time. It's just the occasional time. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll let you know how it goes. But it is something to do with the T-log. The T-log file. The T-log files. I've got a problem here. The T-log files are the files that Visual Studio or that the build system uses to know what it's built in the past, what is up to date, and what is not. Tell you that. Wherever it is. So if you look at the game, so the read and the write, all these files are to do with it. I don't exactly know how it works. I have written a build system before for the shaders uses it, and he uses these T-log files. It's these that aren't getting updated properly. Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll do it on mine. The weekend or something, and then I'll let you know. Is that will not update some of the time, or because it does update almost all of the time it works? It's like only very occasionally. Say I press build like 200 times a day, maybe 3 or 4 of them it won't work. But yeah, thank you. Anyway, so I know what's going. I think I have an idea what this bug is. It doesn't receive the loop end attack, I believe. So let me just do a log line e.name. And we'll just see, because we might need to be listening to an interrupt event as well. And if it, because it might be getting, the animation might be getting interrupted, in which case we would need to probably reset the attack state back to none. Okay, well, it's printing a load of nothing. e.name.isset, e.name. Update if you make a property change to them. Yeah, I mean, they do update, that's the thing. They work normally almost all the time. It's not like they never work. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. Attack. Won't let me attack now. For some reason I can't attack. I wonder it's because I've been hit as well. So we'll do it with the hero. So we're going to say Spidian. And then hero combat routine as well. Sounds like you might be having a little bit of a different problem. Maybe. If yours is happening all the time. Because what I'd have to do is I'd have to do the fix like you say, but then I might not know for a while because I could build it and it would be fine. But because only maybe like 1 in 50 builds is affected, I would have to build it like 50 times and see if it continued to work. Alright, so did we get an interrupt? We had hero attack. Oh, it's probably not got a name. His name is probably not interrupt. Okay. I'm doing this wrong. It's if E type is equal to interrupt. We will just say interrupt. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Invossi. It's been a long-standing problem. So if I get hit, I'm getting a bunch of interrupts though. So we're getting an interrupt for every animation change. But we specifically want the attack interrupt, don't we? If the attack is interrupted. So we say if E.handle is equal to the attack handle, then we've interrupted the attack. So what we're doing now, I suppose, is we do want to handle what happens when you attack something and it's in mid-attack, because obviously we don't want the attack to count or anything. We do want to do an interrupt. There we go. So he's interrupting his attack. If he's interrupting his attack, we need to do this. Go back to cooling down. Print debugging for the win, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could set up a conditional breakpoint, but it's just easier in it to have a look at what's printed out. Okay. That doesn't look like it's doing anything. Looks like it's not even responding to the hit anymore. That's very weird. Oh, hang on. No, that should be... So I wonder if I am, because I can't, my attacks are stopping as well as his. So I wonder if that's to do with the same problem. I'm getting stuck on attacking. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll try it. I'll definitely give it a go. I would expect a weird bug like that, to be honest, from Microsoft. It's definitely not a feature, is it? That would definitely be a bug. Okay, I need to actually go all the way back and figure out why these attacks aren't happening. So we're stuck in attacking. It's the same. We're getting stuck in this attacking. So it's the same. If e.type is interrupt, if e.handle is equal to the attack handle, we need to go back to cooling down. External include directory. So when you say include directory, you mean here. These include directories. So I'm just including like the entire solution, like everything. Okay. So you want me specifically to make an include directory and then point to that instead. I'll give it a go. So do I get hit? So I don't get hit either now. Which is so weird. So where is the hit? Oh, this is an on animation event, combat attack destination. So we actually need this as well. Says no update. Specific thing. Yeah. Yeah, so that type of include directories where the compiler needs to look to find the files that it needs to include rather than hashtag include, yeah. Okay, we are getting hit now. We're not hitting it. It's so messy with the sword. Like, I'm definitely not going to have swords in my game. Like, this Hero Pro rig is just something that came with Spine. It's not actually my rig. I'll make an actual character. We'll probably have more interesting weapons than swords. So the Spideon's not getting hit anymore. The Spideon's not getting hit. Why? Cooling down might be setting another animation. External include file should source files. Okay. Well, I can definitely split the H files and the CPP files into two different directories. See if that helps. So we are getting called hit. I wonder if we're immediately setting something else though. We're setting attack medium. Okay. So we... It's basically overriding the... So let's just quickly... if we have an attack handle... Cooldown. And I don't think I actually want to call cooling down out the animation controller. So if we have an attack handle when we're attacking, so we know that we're getting hit during an attack here. So we can get rid of that. Okay, yeah, Woot Dragon, I'll try, you know, everything's worth a try, innit? For sure. Oops. He's getting hit now. That seems to be working. So I'm going to put that, I'm going to stop listening for the interrupt event in the other one as well. In here. And it's the same, isn't it? So if we get hit, if there's an attack handle, cool down. Now then, think we kind of want to not do this here. This is nothing to do with animation. Although it works, it's just going to muddy things up eventually. We need to handle being hit and setting the state to cooling down somewhere else. You can see he clearly gets hit there though. See my attack on my... So my cooling down is too slow. Urgh. No, I can't attack. No, I can. Sometimes I can't attack. It looks so crazy when its tail goes in. Still compile fine, but you end up with files that you change. Yeah, that's what's happening. That is definitely what's happening. So yeah, I will check it, I will test it. So now I cannot attack for some reason. So we're stuck in the attack phase as well. So that sets it to attack. Which sends a combat attack event. So if it doesn't actually, so this needs to be an interrupt as well, I think. For both of them. Oops. Yeah, interesting. So definitely need to get rid of this thing. We need to detect and interrupt somewhere else, basically. Playing. So it doesn't look like it's being hit anymore. Sometimes it plays the animation twice as well. Redrawing. Oh yeah, manipulating by matrix. Yeah, do that. I have night yet. I have a lot of HP. I don't want to keep dying when I'm doing this. CL compile in the VXC project file. Yeah, so what it's saying there is you don't need to include directories with CPP files in them because the project file lists them anyway. That's what it's saying. It's not saying don't do it. So the project file won't be able to find the H files that your project requires to build, but it will be able to find your CPP files because they're listed as CL compile in the project file. So the project file, wherever it is. There's a load of CL compile things in it. Where is it? There we go. Here they all are. Which specifically reference your CPP files, so it knows where to find them. That's what that little bit of text means. But I'm not even using them because they're excluded from the build. So, but yeah, I'll definitely give it a try. I mean, if anything, it'll reduce the amount of files in a directory, which might fix the bug. Because it only happens when your projects get certain sizes, or at least mine do. So now he's not being hit. Or he's doing something. He is stopping his attack, but he's not being hit. Maybe that's because he's going, well, where is the hit? So he's playing hit. And then he's trying to attack again there. So he did cool down. I wonder why he's not playing the hit file. The hit, though. Definitely setting the track. There's no attack handle. So you should have fully cooled down and stuff by then. That's so strange. It looks like it's immediately going to idle alert, that's the thing. Okay. Yeah. That seems plausible. Yeah, I'll have a go for sure. Thanks very much. So is that there? Because of that. I think I can get away with filtering the elements by name. Geometry flow specifically. Good, nice one. Yeah, just filter it by name. If you can get the names. So he's definitely not. He's going straight to. So hit is not working. Oh, we probably need to actually do that. Was I doing that there? Yes, I was. Yeah, that's it. So this is getting a really quite complicated and spaghetti-y now. Just because we're trying to handle attack interrupts here. All I really want is like, oh, there's an attack. Oh, you've been attacked. Therefore, play the attack animation. I don't want to have to worry about interrupting anything. So we're going to have to work on that. It's general case interrupt for attacks. Is he being hit? It still doesn't like it's being hit though. Attack handle is 0 there. Nice one. Yeah, cool. All right. I'll give it a go. Sounds like a very strange, like you would think that Microsoft would be able to sort that out, because that's a very easy bug to fix if that is what it is. All right. Okay, what I think I have to do here is a little bit of printf debugging as well. So on the type of rig, do we have that in the animated rig? We don't, but we could do it on skin. And then the name. We just basically want to just see who is setting the animation all the time. So what I think is happening is I'm playing the hit animation and then immediately something else is coming. I'm playing it. Green hit. So it's calling attack short. It's not cooling down. So we're saying if there is an attack handle, maybe that's actually not correct. Maybe we need to just always do it. Always go to the cooling down. The cooling down what stops the attacks coming too quickly again. And if the attack comes too, so you've been hit and then immediately another attack comes, Like it wants to attack again, it will just splat over that hit animation with the attack animation and it won't look like it's been hit. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll make a separate include and a separate source Woot Dragon. Yeah, I ain't at my limit yet for cotton wool head. I do have one though. It's when you start getting, you just start typing random code. Alright, we need to make extra long cooldown. That didn't work. We need to make extra long cooldowns. For some reason, maybe the cooldown's just too short to play the actual attack animation. That might be actually what it is. How do I get the cooldown information? It's here. It's only 0.2 seconds. And the actual attack is 20 frames. I don't know what that is in seconds. What is Spine's frames per second? There's a slider apparently. Don't know where that is. Here it is, 30. Playback. How do I view the playback? Playback view. How do you get that? Frame second, set slice at frame second timeline. Where is that though? Where is that? View. Playback. So it's at 30 frames per second. So that's 2/3 of a second that. So that's good. If we just put the cooldown. So we want a cooldown. We want probably a separate cooldown if we've been attacked. Actually. But we'll put 1 second for everything for now. The animation is called Spine. Spine 2D. Really, really good. I mean, I don't know how to use it really. It's by Esoteric Software. I don't know how to use it really. I made this thing in it, but this was years ago. When I actually go to making animated rigs for my game, I'll really concentrate on getting good at it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you can do loads and loads of stuff. It has got like physics and all sorts. in it, so you can do like, yeah, it's like loads. It's like a full 3D, a full 2D version of like, I don't know, what would you do? What would you normally do animation in 3D? Like Maya. Don't have the modeling of Maya, but the animation on Blender or something. So I create like little bones. So I draw all these sprites. So these things are individual sprites, and then I create a skeleton, and then it's got IK, so you can lock the feet to the ground. Put little widgets in that mean different things, and then you can just make animations. So like this. So that's and it's just done with keyframing. That's like the walk animation keyframed, and you can put in little events like the footstep events, so I can pick them up in the code in the game and play like little footstep sounds or something. It's really cool. Double pasted cooldown twice. Thanks. Let's find out where I did that. Where did I do that? Oh yeah. Thank you. It might be just that it was cooling down for 0.2 seconds and going straight into an attack and interrupting the animation. So because I'm having problems with this interrupt, it's telling me that it's kind of implemented incorrectly, which I know. I don't really want to do the interrupts via the animation system, really. Is that actually picking? So that's actually. Well, look at that. So this is even wrong. This is wrong actually, because this is the wrong rig. We need to test that we're in the right rig. So we need to get the animation controller. We need to do this as well for that. That will have something to do with it. Yeah, it can do loads of stuff. Yeah, it can do anything 2D, yeah. Well, if you isometric as in 2.5D style, yeah. It's not made for 3D really, but yeah, definitely isometric. It's definitely what I would use if I was not going to do something like pixel. You know, if you're going to do pixel art, you could do something else. But if you're not going to have a pixel art game, Spine's like probably definitely what I'd use to do the rigged animation. That's much better. So that must be using a default cooldown. So he's still not reacting. Wonder why. So let's have a look. There's also a once version. I wonder if it's here that it's happening. So this actually needs to call my own set animation track. Yeah, it's got some really cool physics stuff. I'd show you if I could remember. So let's open Celestial Circus. Oh, this melts my computer a bit. Whoa. See that how she's like shaking around? So I just drag the cloud, but she's like on a swing. She's pretty cool. So like I could import this into my game and it just gives you all the physics. Different widget types. Yeah, nice one. Sounds like you're getting somewhere now. In Vossi. Look, it's going straight to walk. Okay. So the cooldown. Right. So the cooldown, yeah, so that's the, I have no idea why it's doing that now. It's going straight to the walk animation. It's cooling down and then it's allowed to walk while it's cooling down. So it's coming along here and it's hitting. So the kind of way to solve that really, so it must be going back. No, the combat routine does have an on tick. Is to have a hit handle. So if it gets hit, We have to allow that animation to play out. Unless he gets hit again. So we could do it here, or we could have an actual routine for him being hit. I don't really know. I don't really know. I think we can just do that. We don't have to actually have that. I don't really know how I want to handle it, really. So we could do this. So we might get a new hit handle there. No, that's never going to work. If e.type is equal to loop end and hit handle, let me just say hit handle equals 0. Then we cool it down. So this is not attack handle and not hit handle. Compiled it over 100 times. Yeah, I wonder how many times I compile. All the time, for sure. Compiling Unreal Engine's a little bit different though, and it's a bit more of a task. Yeah, I don't know about doing these hit handles. I think what I might do, my brain's a bit fried today to attempt to build a new kind of way to interrupt attacks, but that's what we might do tomorrow. We'll just keep with this today. Oh, look at that. He's getting stuck there in summit. No, it didn't compile it. See, this is what's happened just there. Look, it didn't compile that coding. This isn't up-to-date code. Check it is now. So it's is it? Yeah. Okay, so we set the hit handle. And then the hit handle has to play. And then we set it. There we go, he's being hit now. Okay, what's interesting is he's still trying to walk him around. We do need a more general interrupt, I think. Where are we? Because all I've done is stop the animations. I have not stopped the guy from walking around. So it will put these cooldowns back, because it doesn't actually matter now. The cooldown happens after the hit. Now. MS build. Yeah. That's what I do as well. Not via CLI, but via Visual Studio. I think. I do for some compiles. So I have where are they? These external tools. So this one is this is MS Build, this one. And then I have whatever Visual Studio is using for the main build. When you press F5, when I press Alt F7, I have a custom build, which is MS Build, which builds a single file using MS Build. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice one. It sounds like a good workflow. Okay, so what's happening when I hit him now? He's playing the animation. But sometimes he's moving. While he's playing the hit animation, which is obviously wrong. But I don't really know if I want to actually change that yet, because I think I'm going to do this differently tomorrow. Then we will put a hit handle in the combat routine. Press build there by accident or whatever. Press F10. Void hit handle. So we're going to do hit handle, and then if e.type is equal to loop end and hit handle, e.handle is equal to the hit handle, we'll just say hit handle is 0, and we will do the cooldown there as well. And we will take that away. So basically, the thing is they're actually identical. They're almost identical. These combat for the Spidey and combat for the Hero Pro, which tells me that we can definitely do something about the interrupt. If you interrupt an attack, I think we fire a custom event which says you've been interrupted. Well, if we don't need to do that. Ooh. Yeah, we need to figure it out, really. Yeah, do it. Good luck. Sounds fun. So I'm going to get interrupted now. He's stalling a bit. Oh, we hang in there. So my attack gets interrupted there, which is good. Something's happening there where he's stuttering. Sprite sheet. Yeah, it's not. It's for different. Yeah, it's for a different type of animation style. It's not for. I mean, you probably can do framed animation with it. It's not for that type of thing. So the way you would do animation in Spine is more how you would do it in a 3D game. So it takes the ideas of animating a character in 3D into 2D. But this game has both in it. You can do both. Some of the effects are 2D sprite sheets, and then some of them are full rigged animations. All right. Let's just move on anyway. We want to actually have a more of a look at the cooldown, at the interrupt, the attack interrupt. This is quite mental. My brain's a bit frazzled to deal with that right now. But we can move on. We can actually look at the cooldowns for the hero's attack. So this is just this just listens to a make ready event, execute combat. So this is literally doing a cooldown. See, this could probably be actually generalized as well, rather than attached to the Spidey and rig. This could be attached to the animation controller instead of the rig itself. So let's just try and do that. Just move that over there. So animated rig, animation controller even. So we want to listen for, so there's nothing specifically Spidey-y here other than the actual cooldown. So we want to actually listen for this game instance events, this ID. What have I done here? What have I done here? There we go. We're listening for make ready. This one. Like that. Or we could do it on the combat controller actually. Yeah, I think this actually probably needs to go on the combat controller. Rather than the animation controller. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been coding now today for 4 hours 53 minutes. But yeah, this is kind of all I really do. KSI, yeah, I just code 5 or 6 hours a day, Monday to Thursday usually. Maybe Monday to Friday sometimes. So this actually wants to... Maybe this all wants... This both want to go on the combat controller. It could be anywhere really. Put them both on the combat controller. So So look, we're listening for combat attack state changed as well. So this is good. We do this. Snow3675, thanks for the follow. Got any questions, just ask. Do I work in tech? Not really. Do a little bit of tech stuff. This is kind of what I do really at the moment. I have a business and I'll do some tech for that if it needs it. But that kind of takes care of itself these days. So sometimes need to update it. Update the tech. How long have I been coding for? I've been coding for... So I started when I was like 12 maybe. And I'm 39 now. I'm about to turn 40 in October. I started coding because when I was a kid we had bands. And obviously like the web was kind of a new thing. And they all wanted websites. So I started learning how to make websites basically, and that's how I started. Currently learn to see on my own. Do you think transition to CPP is easy? Yeah, it can be. Yeah, if you're learning C, you shouldn't have a problem. C++ is one of them things where you make the transition and then you slowly introduce more and more CPP features. And as long as you introduce them slowly enough that you understand everything, you should be totally fine. As long as you have the idea of memory, you know, pointers and memory down, you'll be fine. To all my life. Oh, your birthday's in October as well. Awesome. It's a good month. I like October because I like that autumn from like October to Christmas. It's my favourite time of year, I think. Pointers and memory, yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Definitely. But C++ is like... The thing about C++ is if you just look at someone else's code, it can seem very overwhelming. Because it is a lot different to C. But you build up to it. You know, like the thing about C++ and C is they work together almost always work together. So you can start with C and slowly introduce more C++. Rose Gold Curb, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. No problem. But pointers and memory, people consider it a fairly difficult part of the language. So spend some time understanding it. Because it is also vital to be able to code well. To understand that stuff, to be able to code well in the language. It's what makes it different from higher level languages like JavaScript, or one of the main things that makes it different. And it's one of the main reasons why you might choose C or C++ as a programming language for your project, is because of pointers and memory. So yeah. Java, yeah, Java's awesome language. I learned Java at university. Minecraft was originally made in Java. Merge sorting, yeah. How to code with cursive, yeah, cool. Awesome. What you'll actually find is if you spend a lot of time with the language, one language, the next language you go to try will be much easier because all the languages are conceptually the same, really. A lot of things are. C's a little stripped back from a lot of the other languages, but yeah, conceptually there's a lot of overlap. So you'll go to C++ and you'll be like, oh yeah, I kind of get what recursion is and stuff. Yeah, I always say programming's more like it's like a state of mind, really. You're teaching your brain a state of mind, and it's not really language specific. You're teaching your brain to think a certain way. And once you get that down, picking up a new language is fairly straightforward. How long have you been programming Java for, Rose Gold Curb? I like Java. I think it's a nice language. There's a guy I follow called Thin Matrix on YouTube, and he's a game developer and he programs all his games in Java. And he's like one of the most successful YouTuber game developers out there, I'd say. My project, I don't know if I've got a build of it. Let me just show you. It's a game engine and a game at the same time. I'm making a game with it so you're a gardener and you're on a space station, and you're responsible for all the gardens on the space station, and occasionally you might come down to a planet or something to gather resources for your gardens. So the game's quite early in development. I've been working on it for about 5 months. But the engine I've been working on for a couple of years. So I'm just prototyping combat. All these rooms are like prototypes now. And eventually they'll get reworked into real game stuff. But yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff, like each room is meant to be a gameplay prototype. Custom engine. So this is like crafting. So this is like a crafting prototype room, and there's a bunch of different rooms. So this one's also to do with crafting. This is like it's meant to be a radar. You get data from a radar, put in these data cards, and then you use these data cards to unlock blueprints for crafting and stuff like that. I'll show you a bit of the editor. So this is the editor, and you can, move things around and make things can make a pond, can make rivers. And then it's got like a bunch of stuff in it. So like this is the behavior tree for that Spidean creature. So it's doing stuff in this behavior tree, and this is how I program like the AI for the creatures. So this is like the combat tree, I suppose. And there's all sorts like dialogue trees and cutscenes and quests, and the gardening bit is there. We're actually nearly finished the prototyping. Then we can actually start making the game for real. So the first thing I'm going to do, there's one more thing to do prototyping after combat's finished, and that's progression. So I want to be able to, how does the player progress, as in upgrade the character or whatever, whether it's like a progression tree or something. And then after that, I'm going to work on the UI properly. So we'll take another look at the UI. So this is the standing UI that I have, which has all the basic things like, like scroll bars and these types of widgets. But I'm going to go over it again and make it look awesome. That's the plan. That'll be probably finish the prototyping maybe in a month's time. And then after that, start the game for real, starting with UI. Get that out of the way, really. So I'm thinking of going for like quite a sci-fi UI. I quite like the idea of doing something like, like on Star Trek where they have the computers and the control panels that they press. A UI sim or something like that. And then we'll go and we'll just continue to build through the game and add things to the engine as well as we go. But yeah, I've just been working on combat. So I put in like status effects. So he bit me there and I got poisoned. My HP's not going down because I've set it to be an enormous number because I don't want to keep dying over and over again and having to restart. Snow, thanks man. Good luck to you as well. Got any questions about coding or whatever? On your coding, when you're learning coding, let us know. I'd be happy to help. So this is an else, really. So if we're cooling down, we do that. If we're attacking, we do that. And then we listen to this make ready. And this can go away now. So this data is rig dependent. So we need to actually specify how we get this information. This ID here is just ID. So this just hard codes the cooldown for every single combat controller to be 0.2 seconds, 0.5 seconds, and 1 second for each attack level. So I might just look and see if there are anywhere else that is listening for combat attack state changed. So this is the only place. That's good. So who is sending the attack? Set combat attack state. So this is also attack state changed, I think. So this can also go here. This is actually turning out to be pretty good. I need to go through and like mess with it and make it a little bit more robust because it's getting a little bit like difficult to follow. You know. What's happened? Something changed. So we need to get the combat controller. We need the level. Get combat attack region for the level. So we could go to the animation controller and get the combat attack cooldown for that other one. For this one. We don't know what the level is yet. The level is the combat controller's level. Okay, this needs neatening up a little bit. This one. So auto source combat controller, get game state, get combat controller for the ID. If not source or not source return, we can't do anything. Then we want to get the region. If not region, we can't do it. And then we go through all the other combat controllers. And this level here is CC source, CC get combat attack level. All right, and we'll name this the Dest CC. Yeah, that's what I mean by cotton wool braining, Vossi. You miss things, don't you? So what I've found out really is, if you get to this cotton wool phase, even if you manage to solve the problem, you'll look back at it the next day or a couple of days time and you'll be like, oh man, I could do this so much better. And you end up rewriting it anyway, so you may as well just have stopped. So we'll start with attacking, then attack, then cool down. Okay. So this is nice now because all this does is send an event that the state has changed. This one's the bit of a beast. But we're fine. Alright, let's see if I've broken everything now, because I've done quite a bit of change in there. It seems to be working fine. Can I attack it? I can. It can interrupt my attacks. I can interrupt its attacks. See, it's walking without playing the walking animation, but that's because it's meant to when it gets hit, he's not meant to be able to walk. We know that bug. What happens when I'm tired? The temptation is to keep coding. Yeah. So, but if you do that, it's no good really. So what I do is it's quite nice now because I have a little girl and she goes to school and she finishes school at 3:15, so I have to stop. Well, but before that, I'd code, like, I'd just keep going, and I'd code until like midnight. But what I found, because I was like, when you have a kid and you're like, man, I don't have as much free time as I used to. I was like, what's that going to do to my coding? Because you code less. But the thing is I found it got better because I was not getting so cotton wool brained and writing rubbish code, basically. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I used to love it. It's like hooking up endorphins to your brain or whatever. And it suits my personality type. I like a lot of focus. I think I've become a better programmer in the last 5 years since I've had a kid, just because I've been doing it a little bit less and thinking more. It gives me more time away to think about it. And then I come back and I write good stuff. And that's made me better. Spaghetti code. Yeah, spaghetti code, bad design. You know, you write something and you think that's fine, and then a month later it keeps breaking because you're writing something else. All that stuff. You know, you write something. It's like too many glasses on a shelf. You might be writing something and you're pushing one more glass onto the shelf and they all fall off the back and smash. That can happen with coding. And that's right. The really, really good programmers can mitigate against that, I think. They can write systems that grow nicely with each other. That's like top elite level programming, I think. Like, one of the reasons why I'm thinking about moving, like, I want to move out the attack interrupt. So when you get hit, it could interrupt an attack. So you need to handle that. But my spider senses tell me this is not the best place to handle it for some reason. Part of it is because we have many different routines for the hero, and they could, in theory, get hit on any of those routines, and I don't want to have to keep handling how a hero reacts when he gets hit by something. If I write a new routine in the future, I'd also have to think, well, he's going to get attacked. So I need a more general purpose thing. Which I will do tomorrow, probably. What kind of Vim? You mean the editor? How's it going, Hesse? Hope you're alright. I'm just using Visual Studio. Is that what you mean? Building a game engine and a game at the same time using the engine. Specifically right now working on combat. With this scorpion Spidean creature So it can attack me, and it can give me like, it can petrify me, give me status effects. I've been working on the cooldown, so like an attack interrupts and stuff. No problem, mate. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So it's I've got infinite. Well, I've got like a lot of HP, so the HP bar's not going down because I don't want to die. But yeah, that's what I've been working on. Specifically, we're about at the point. So I want the hero to be able to cool down. He does have he can only do one attack at once. I can't spam the attack button. But I want to just generalize cooldown in general for any character who's wanting to take part in combat right now. Because right now, it's all kind of hard-coded to be... where is it? These timings here. So it needs to go and get this information from the Spidey rig, or from the hero rig, or any rig that's taking part in combat. Hessie, thanks for the follow. Is it going to be an RPG? Yeah, there's definitely going to be RPG bits for sure. I have started on the RPG mechanics, put in a little bit of code called the attribute controller, which has all the RPG things that you might want, and you know, you can add more in the future. So you'll be able to like customize any character really, depending on the game. So the game's going to be like a sci-fi gardening game. The art that I'm using at the moment is just old art. So I haven't actually drawn anything from the game yet for the game, but I will eventually. It's going to be a sci-fi gardening game, so you're going to be on a space station doing gardening. And then you'll be able to occasionally go down to planets, fight enemies for resources, mine, do stuff like that, bring them back to the space station. It's going to be like a quest-based light combat, lots of planting. Right, okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make a game but you don't want to make tech, you could use Unity or something. They're really good, or Unreal. But yeah, like, I've got loads of actual prototype gameplay now, so it's good. Like that, I've got fast travel, which is like a light beam, which is quite sci-fi. That's the only bit of kind of original art, I suppose, I've got. I did that on stream a while ago. And you plant... so you can get quests and track quests and stuff. You plant using a robot called Sven, which has no art. I'll go to the room where planting happens. And he has like tools, technology that he can use to like mine the ground, or mine rocks and stuff for iron ore and stuff like that. And then, you know, you can plant like pumpkin seeds. There's no real art, so it's all kind of rectangles. And then the art that I do have is just old art, basically. And he can go and like pick the pumpkin somehow. Maybe that's broken actually. Should be able to pick the pumpkin, but because I'm working on this combat stuff, I've changed a lot about how the animation works, so it might have broken a load of stuff. The other non-lazy, yeah. It should be more laid back, Ben. I should have picked that as a name. But you're not going to fight with swords in the game. I'm just using a sword because that was what was there. Combat's probably going to be a bit more interesting. So these like all rooms with prototyping. So that's a chest with a pumpkin seed in it. You can put that in your inventory. This one is a shop, Tim's Seedware, where you can buy and sell stuff. So this is a data charger. So this is to do with crafting. So the idea is this is a radar, because you're on a space station, remember, and you can do quests to get radar locations, and I have a hard-coded one there, and you like click it and then you like tune it in until you find it, and you find Briggs spaceport, and then you put these data cards in and it'll download data from the spaceport into these data cards. And then you can use this data to like unlock crafting recipes and stuff. So yeah, this is the downloader here. So I can like download data into the blueprint. So this is how like doing a quest might give you a radar coordinate, which might eventually you'll be able to use to unlock something for crafting. So you can unlock the blueprint and you get the recipe for the apple seeds, and then the next one is the crafting bench. So you can use the blueprint, and then carbon's like a resource you can get in the game, and apple spark is an item, so you need 12 carbon, 2 apple spark, and then you can add like a couple of them to the queue, and then you can like craft to get apple seeds, and then you can use those seeds to plant throughout the space station, basically. Yeah, there's animation stuff's broken because, oh no, I think he was meant to stand up there. And now I'm just working on the combat. But you can also like, there's like a monorail system, so you can ride the monorail around the space station. Yeah, it's cool. We're getting kind of towards the end of the gameplay prototyping bit. Get combat finished, then character progression. Then we need to build in more RPG. Like, so eventually with the combat, obviously, I want the RPG stuff to come into play, because I want, like, depending on what you're wearing, maybe it can buff you up. It can make you resistant to poison or something. I've got status effects in, so you can get poisoned, petrified. But what you're wearing could maybe like make you immune to poison and stuff like that. I need to do all that stuff as well. But yeah, so I need to actually, we need to get the cooldown for the attack level, which comes from the animation controller. We do a similar thing where we get, where is it? We get the attack region. So we will do standard optional float, get cooldown T for e-combat attack level, like that. That comes from the animation controller. So I suppose this can be neatened up a little bit. We need both of them, really. So we say, if not AC or not CC, return. And then we'll get the attack level, and we'll go that cuts out of there like that. And we'll go if auto cooldown equals AC, get cooldown T for the attack level. Cooldown T equals cooldown, like that. And that can go away. And then this works very similar to these, the regions. So we basically have to look through all of the rigs. And we need a rig type has get cooldown T. Is cooldown 1 or 2 words? 1 word. And that's cooldown. Get cooldown T. And it's the same as standard optional float. Or just a float. Yeah. So that this is rig type. Yeah, no problem. What are you working on? Yeah, people say it's really fast. Okay, cooldown T. Done. Down T. All right. See if that builds. Yeah. So now in each rig, wherever we are, animated rig types, we can get cooldown T's. So float get cooldown T. Suppose it could be const, couldn't it? I'll leave it, it's fine. And for there as well. It needs to have some other stuff. Animation controller, I think. E-combat attack level. So we've got one for the Spidean. And one for the Spidean, one for the hero. So we're just going to cool down for half a second, not really listen to the attack level. This one will go level 0, return 0.2. If level is 1, return 0.5. If level is 2, return 1. Okay, awesome. Let's just see then if this works. Invossi, giving up. I really wish I could help you. I just don't know enough about Unreal. All right. So we have generalized cooldown now. Rig specific cooldown. We need to also knock some HP off the Spidean and have the Spidean die and all that. Okay, so it's going to get the cooldown. So what's the attack level? 0. So it's 0.2. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why that's done that. It hasn't set it to a proper float. Well, it is a proper float, but it hasn't just returned 0.2. Got some rounding error. I don't think I'm doing any kind of calculation. I wonder why that is happening. There's no problem. There we go. I'm just going to delay on the cooldown. All right, how's it going? You okay? Yeah, good, thank you. It's absolutely roasting. Yeah. It's all right there. Okay, so we need to also work out how to damage the Spidean creature. So something must be listening to attack for that to happen. Here it is. This is where the damage happens. So it's in the attribute controller. So it's getting source stats for this entity, which we don't have yet. Yeah, T would be awesome. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Bunch of people has come in the office there. But they're making me tea, so it's alright. So how would we get... This would be probably the last thing I do today. I want to attack it. Okay. Here we go. Get the combat controller.
Like a coffee.
A cup of tea would be great, thank you. So this is actually the Spidean attacking me. So if the source entity is equal, so to say, if e.source entity ID is equal to hero, well 0, which is the hero one, we'll just do bug break there. So the source entity ID is the entity that is doing the attack. I want to try and get him not to attack me. It's not even getting the event, actually. Okay. Where's this coming from? Combat attack. Set combat attack state to attack. Are we actually doing that? Let's have a look. There, we're meant to be doing that. Combat attack state changed, which is here. There, we wanted it. So it's attack. Of attack region. The animation controller intersects. We set a combat attack event. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Okay, so we should get it here. We do. It probably because the Spideon doesn't have an attribute controller. So we need to make that. Many questions. Oh, it's my alarm. 1 second. Do you work in IT? Do you only do this in your free time? I don't work in IT. Could you find the code easy to read? Really cool. So I have a business as well, but that doesn't really need a lot of my time. So I do this instead, I suppose. Oh, thanks for finding it easy to read. It depends where you're looking, I suppose. So it's because Spideon doesn't have an attribute controller, which means that it doesn't have HP, I think. It's very easy to give it an attribute controller. Spideon state on spawn. Game state dot create attribute controller for Spideon. Just ID. Auto AC, and then we'll just do how do we just set attribute range, I think it is. HP to be at attribute range. How does this even work? Minimum max value, minimum maximum. So we say 100, 0, 100. So that should give the Spiding controller HP. Okay, so that in theory means this debug break will fire. Thank you. Are you alright?
Do you need this closed?
No, you can open it, I don't mind.
Put the aircon on. Put it on the aircon. Nice and cool.
Fresh tea. You have to show me how to use that aircon.
Just shut the thing out the window and turn it on.
Alright. This will be a nice place to end if we can get the... We need to attack it. Alright. There we go. We got our debug break now, so we're in. There's no stats for it though. Oh, there is stats for it. Attack level HP 0. So it basically does 0 damage. That's what that means. So we need to actually put in some damage. So that's in combat stats. Hero Pro attack HP data EMPC hero combat attack level 0 set attribute type HP between 10 and 15, so that means he'll do between 10 and 15 damage for attack level 0. He's only got one attack, which is attack level 0. So if we attack him now, HP wants to do 15. So the source one and these modifiers are where the buffs are going to happen, which have not been written yet. So if you need to like buff the attack up or down, and then we're going to get the Dest attack controller and modify it by -5. There we go. His HP goes down. All right, that's it. That's good. So we're attacking the actual Spiding creature now. Gonna have to head off in a couple of minutes. Gotta go and pick up my kid from school. But it's a good place to end this because we've managed to write a system now that will attack with the sword. There we go. So we can at least attack each other. I'm about to win. That's funny. I died because I killed him, so that's obviously a bug. But yeah, we'll fix that tomorrow. I'm gonna have to head off now. But that was a good stream. Yeah, great. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Back in tomorrow about 9:30 in the morning, UK time.